Good afternoon, welcome back to East Midlands Airport, welcome back to a live flight action live this afternoon from the grounds of East Midlands Aeropark. Starting a little early again today, catching some of those early afternoon arrivals and departures, but the first service out is just at the end of runway 27, Jet 2 service off to Dalaman. And it comes making its way down towards us now then. Goes climbing out of runway 27 today. Starting to initiate that left hand turn. Registration on the outbound today, Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Alpha 737-800. That one is 24 years of age. Climbing away there at about 2,500 feet per minute. Just passing through 1,700 feet. There you go, making his way into a very grey and cloudy sky. Down towards the south this afternoon. There he goes then, disappearing off into the cloud. Jet 2 service off to Dalaman. So look in the distance at the apron. Very busy apron this afternoon. Everybody waiting to get on board that Ryanair aircraft in front of us. That one not pinging up just yet. I'll lock off the tripod. Change a few bits around. Bear with us for a few seconds. There you go. Hopefully that'll help us a little bit. But thank you again for joining us this afternoon from East Midlands Airport. Good to see everybody in the chat. It's a very humid afternoon. Right. Let's mess around with the audio a bit. There we go. Should be a bit more stable now. Right, we'll close that one down. Hopefully the rain stays away from us this afternoon. It was trying to rain as we're making our way here this afternoon. Fingers crossed it stays like it is, looking very grey in the distance. But just before there's passengers aboard on that Ryanair service then, the Jet 2 in the distance off to Heraklion this afternoon. Registration on that one, Golf Delta Romeo Tango November 737-800. And he's 23 years old. Making its way down to the start of runway 27. So look back along that Ryanair service then in the distance. So lock that tiny bit, give it a bit more room. There you go. Ready to board then, those first passengers making their way on board. Not very often we get to see boarding this close up. So look where that one is going off to then this afternoon. We'll catch it with that service to Racklown in a minute. But just before we do, the Tag Aviation Pilatus making its way out. There it is. Golf Yankee Sierra 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 on the registration for that one. I'm going to try and not get stung this afternoon. A lot of wasps around. There goes taxiing away just behind the Jet 2. And there should be an Embraer Phenom making an appearance just a short while as well. No roll flights expected on tonight's stream, unfortunately, but I think we've got a couple of 747s making their way in and out. So we'll keep an eye on those. Let's have a quick look for that Embraer. Nothing on that one just yet. It's back on the right end for the time being. We shall have a look where that one is making its way out to this afternoon. So that service is to crack off. Registration on that one, Echo India, India Juliet Sierra. A little bit warmer and sunny over in Poland. With the Jet intercepting a runway 27 then. Making its way onto the centre line. She'll be with us in less than a minute or so, hopefully. And good afternoon to everybody in the chat. Liam, Emma, Terminator as well, Hazel, and Kirsty. Good afternoon to all of you. So look at that Jet 2 service then off to Racklown, making its way down towards us now. Goes departing from East Midlands this afternoon, the Jet 2 service off to Heraklion. And the Embraer Phenom making its way out as well. Stick on the Jet 2 just for a few more seconds until that Phenom enters the taxiway. It goes and still climbing up past 1300 feet now. 169 knots is its current speed. Directly on service safely away from East Midlands. Let's pan around and catch that Phenom a little bit further across. There it is. And the Tag Pilatus is lining up on the centre line as well. Too fast on the Phenom there. But away it goes, making its way down to the start of runway 27. So we look back on the Ryanair service to Krakow then in the distance. If we can manage to stay on it, there we go. And that Pilatus is making its way towards us now. This one should be up quite early. Yes, indeed. There it goes. Just a year old on the airframe, making its way down to Farnborough this afternoon. Just about making its way up through 3,000 feet. Climbing out at about 2,500 feet per minute. Off it goes, handing out of East Midlands airspace, 3,400 feet. Off into the cloud. So then we got that cloud base at about 3,500 feet then this afternoon. Hopefully none of that bad weather makes its way towards us. Thank you very much for being with us again this afternoon from East Midlands Airport. The airpark open this week, Thursday, Saturday and Sunday. The late night opening this week on Thursday. There are a few food vendors as well, earmarked for being here during the day. If you want any details on the airpark, have a look at the stream description below. There's a link to their website there. That will give you the information about admission times and prices, and also the aircraft on static display. Well, that next aircraft departing out. On to very rapid climb out there. Nothing showing on the radar for that one at the minute. If it does ping up, we will get some more information on that. But there it goes, departing out of East Midlands this afternoon. Looks like those last passengers making their way on board of that Krakow service. There he goes, off into the cloud. So look then back round at the Ryanair. Is indeed that forward door closed up now, just as last passengers to make their way on board. Next arrival, the Beach King Air. It's the RVL Beach King making its way into East Midlands this afternoon. From the south, the Ryanair service in from Malaga. That one is at 27,000 feet at the minute. Just north of Portsmouth. Registration on that one is Echo India, Echo Bravo Zulu. .358 knots on the speed. That one is about 20 to 25 minutes away. So look to the east then, towards Europe. A couple of 777s making their way in. The 777 in from Delhi. That's the Aerologic 777 just north of Brussels at the minute. That one is about 45 minutes out and not too far behind that. About 20 minutes or so behind, just making its way towards Brussels. The 777, DHL 777 in from Dubai. That one is at 36,000 feet and the Aerologic in from Delhi at 32,000 feet. So we should see both of those arrivals in the next 45 minutes to an hour. here at East Midlands. Jet 2 service in the distance though, pushing off stand. So look at that one, pan around. Registration on this one, Golf Delta Foxtrot Yankee 737-800. This one is 23 years of age. Get some more power plugged in while we can. There we go. I'm off to Burgas in Bulgaria this afternoon. It's quite bright in the distance, quite dull where we are. The sun just peeking through the cloud ever so slightly. But the Jet 2 there, pushing off of stand, waiting for that tug to be moved out of the way, starting its engines, and then one will proceed down to the start of runway 27. So look at the Ryanair then. On the end stand. That one all closed up now, ready to push back in the next few minutes, hopefully. Definitely looks like that APU is started anyway. The RVL landing in. That one just a short hop up this afternoon, 30 minutes. Making its way in from near Farnborough this afternoon. Vulcan making its way out there as well. Just sneaking past the Ryanair. We'll catch up with that one in a minute. Hopefully it should be a relatively busy afternoon and evening here at East Midlands. There's the RVL making its way towards us. There it is. Bit of heat is coming off the runway as well. Something we're not seeing for the past couple of weeks. That should start to dissipate as we get further into the afternoon and evening. So hopefully we get a bit more sun coming out soon. It's turned a bit cold. There it is, slowly making its way down towards the maintenance area. Into the RVL apron. Vulcan departing out towards us now then. Let's try and catch that one as it makes its way out of East Midlands this afternoon. And away it goes. Fortunate enough last week to have both, or a couple of the Vulcanairs into East Midlands. Seeing both of those arrive in and depart out. There it goes, making its way towards the north. very steeply there. Off it goes behind the trees. We'll try and catch up with that one in a little while then when it returns into East Midlands. But for the time being, that Ryanair service in the distance off to Krakow, pushing off of its stand now. Ready to start up this afternoon and make its way out down to the start of runway 27. Jet 2 service off to Burgos on the taxiway. Try and lose some of that light if we can. There we go, take a bit of that sheen off. Ready to be detached from the tug then. The ground crew there is just removing the tow bar. Second Ryanair service in the distance. That one off to Dublin this afternoon. Registration Echo India Hotel Mike Sierra. That one pushing from the main apron. So a quick pan across. There it is, just finalising that pushback. So it should see both Ryanair aircraft. Not to get one sentence there. Both Ryanair aircraft taxi out in the next few minutes. And a second Embraer Phenom making its way out as well now. That one off to Germany, it looks like. Friedrichshafen is the destination, if that's how you pronounce it. There it is. Embraer Phenom 100, registration Delta India Lima Alpha Papa. 13 years of age on this one. 2012 was its first flight. We shall leave that Embraer though. Jet 2 service is making its way down towards us now. Goes then, making its way out of East Midlands this afternoon. Jet 2 service off to Burgos. Very shallow climb out there for the Jet 2. One passing through 2,000 feet though now. 177 knots it's climbing away at. There we go, a nice steady climb out from that Jet 2 service then. Off it goes into the distance this afternoon. Ryanair service off to Krakow then. Looks like it is making its way out. Registration on this one again, Echo India India Juliet Sierra 737 MAX. This one just over a year old. April 2024 it first entered into service with Ryanair. And the service to Dublin, that one is starting up now on the apron. We shall pan across back to that in just a few seconds. Stick with that service off to Krakow though. Just losing that one behind the fence then. Let's quickly pan across to service out to Dublin this afternoon. The Embraer Phenom reaching the end of runway 27. And good afternoon to everybody in the chat as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Everybody watching live from East Midlands with us as well. Thank you very much for joining live flight action. Good to have you with us. The Phenom just holding short of runway 27 then at the holding point there. Service to Dublin still rear of the apron. Collision light pinging away though. Looks like the Ryanair off to Krakow is entering first. Yeah, that should be making its way up to us in the next few seconds. That Dublin service then taxiing towards the taxiway. And the Krakow service engine throttling up, making their way towards us now. Way nice and early there. Climbing out about 166 knots. And the Phenom lining up on runway 27. Let's have a look at the altitude on that one very quickly before it escapes us this afternoon. Just passing up through 2,900 feet then. Ryanair service off to Krakow. Phenom line up on runway 27. Let's pan around. Wait for that one to make its way out towards us. Andrews Foster's Travels, thank you very much for joining us on our boarding pass membership level. It's good to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Very quickly up then, there it goes. Almost directly overhead as it departs from East Midlands. Very quietly making its way out there. 1,500 feet is its current altitude, climbing away at 152 knots. See if it initiates that turn to the left. Looks like it is doing so. There we go, 2,500 feet, making its way out of East Midlands airspace. Just dodging that cloud. Does it stay just beneath it? That cloud base at about 3,500 feet in front of us. And that next service to depart out then. Right now, 737 MAX off to Dublin this afternoon. Making its way out of runway 27 and the Runway service off to Dublin. Passing through 800 feet, 160 knots. It's climbing away at. Now this will either continue straight on or hopefully initiate a right hand turn. There it goes. It's deviating from the runway heading there. Heading towards north. There it goes, passing 2,100 feet. Past 2,700, safely passing out of East Midlands airspace then. Ryanair service, air service, Ryanair. Off to Dublin this afternoon. A lot of words to get out there in one sentence. All in quick succession as well. But the apron looking quite busy this afternoon. The airport, of course, in the summer season now, officially started a couple of weeks ago, I think, the 20th of July. Was earmarked to be their busiest day so far this year. Also coinciding with the flyover a couple of weeks ago, coming up to 2 weeks ago now. Next service in though is a Ryanair in from Malaga. Registration on that one, Echo India Echo Bravo Zulu 737-800, that one 16 years of age, 2009. First entered into service with Ryanair. Let's have a look a little further south and towards the east. 777 in from Delhi at 28,000 feet now. That one making its way overhead Southend on Sea, about 25 minutes away from us, and not too far behind that, just about to leave the coast of Belgium. 777 in from Dubai. That's the DHL 777. Registration on that one, Golf Delta Hotel Mike Charlie 36,000 feet is its current altitude, 458 knots is its speed. That one is about 40 minutes out, so it will be the Aerologic 777 in from Delhi first this afternoon. That one, of course, arriving behind the Ryanair service in from Malaga, maybe just creeping in front. It's the Chewy service in from Tenerife. That one is due to be with us in about 25 minutes as well. That one making its way just south of Farnborough at the minute. Just above the Pilatus that left us about 25 minutes ago. And the Vulcanet looks like it is an operation over Nottingham at the minute. 2,000 feet, just coming out of an orbit, making its way down towards the M1. But about 5 minutes or so before we see that next arrival into East Midlands, the Ryanair service in from Malaga this afternoon. If the WASPs will allow me, there we go. We shall pan around, have a quick look at the apron, then Jet 2 and Chewy 737s over there on stand. Should hopefully see those depart a little later on. Very end of the apron, the Chewy 737 there, and then on the remote stands, another Chewy 737 in the very distance. So look then at the DHL apron this afternoon. A bit more populated than it was last Tuesday. Another ATR right in front of us when we get there. There it is. Still in the same remote stand as it was last week. Well, if we pan a little further around, 767 there on the end stand, and it looks like 757, 767, 757, both on the end stands there. 767 a little further down as well, and another 757 to the right of it, and then just coming into view, 777 on the very end of the stand this afternoon. Let's get a little bit of a close-up of the 777 if we can. So a little bit of movement on that lower cargo bay there. Presumably that one will be making its way out to Leipzig at some point. Let's have a quick look. Or if not, maybe somewhere else. Nothing scheduled imminently on departures for the 777. The only 777 so far off to Leipzig this evening with a registration Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Whiskey. And then the Aerologic back off to Leipzig as well, just before 7 PM this evening. About 5 to 7, that one is scheduled to make its way out. .747 at about 10 past 7 this evening off to Hangzhou. Registration on the aircraft operating that flight, Golf Oscar November Echo Echo. Let's have a look at the arrivals. 747 in from Anchorage. Nothing pinging up from that one, unfortunately. It seems to be a bit of a blip on the radar. But we should see at least one 747 out of East Midlands this evening. So look back in the distance then at the main apron for the time being. Get a close-up view of the operations over on the cargo area. One of those 777s get a bit closer towards us. So Chewy pushing back. That one off to Kos this afternoon. Henry and Mike, good afternoon to both of you as well. Thank you very much for joining us. It's very very sunny right above where we are this afternoon, so hopefully the image is still coming across as crisp and clear as it just about looks in front of me. A lot of glare for all the surfaces in front of me. Fingers crossed it looks alright. So the weather over to the west is brightening up a little. Gentle breeze blowing towards us at the minute. I think a bit of a crosswind earlier this afternoon. And I will see what we're like for the rest of this week. So we should be out on Thursday as well. The weather forecast looking a bit ominous depending on whereabouts you look, but majority of that rain hopefully falling in the early hours of the morning, leaving the rest of the afternoon and early evening clear. So join us on Thursday if you can. Good job we weren't streaming yesterday, because we wouldn't have had much to look at. The Chewy declaring an emergency as it made its way up from Birmingham, East Midlands I think, accepting that divert and remaining on the runway for quite some time before it eventually got moved off. Okay, a couple of the tyres didn't quite make it for that flight, unfortunately leading to a bit of a delay for everybody else on the ground here at East Midlands, but managing to safely get away up runway, opening up as quickly as it could yesterday afternoon. And it's probably a good job we weren't here. Well, not good that we missed all the action, but good that there wasn't much going on for quite a while. So fingers crossed we've got a bit more action today. Looks like it so far. A lot of those early afternoon flights making their way out of East Midlands, hopefully returning a little later on as well. I think a lot of the aircraft into East Midlands yesterday afternoon diverting into Birmingham and then finally making their way up to East Midlands as soon as they could. Well, the next arrival is almost upon us. The service in from Malaga, Ryanair 737 Echo India, Echo Bravo Zulu, the registration that one 600 feet, it's passing down through now. 149 knots is its speed, just over Kegworth, making its way over the M1 and then imminently over the runway threshold to land in with us this afternoon. Flight time by the time it lands in, 2 hours and 40 minutes. First time this has been into East Midlands today, starting in Prague this morning, making its way out to Malaga. Sorry, in from Malaga to Prague, and then Prague to Malaga, and then Malaga into East Midlands. Let's have a look then, as it makes an appearance in just a couple of seconds. One Air 747 in the distance there. There you go then. Ryanair service in from Malaga arriving in with us this afternoon. Safely vacating off of 27 and onto the taxiway. Try and get a bit more light in then if we can. Look a little dark in the distance now. There you go, brighten up just a tiny bit. Vulcan Air making its way back down towards us then. If it makes its way in, it'd be a very sharp turn onto final. That one's been out just over 25 minutes. About 26, 27 minutes that one's been in operation this afternoon. Yeah, looks like it's making its way in 450 feet as it turns in over the motorway. So seeing that one a little sooner than I thought we would this afternoon. But the Vulcan Air making its way in. That one, of course, on operation with the National Police Air Service. Just over 1,000 people tracking that one at the minute. Catch up with that Ryanair in from Malaga in just a few seconds and making its way onto the Fairmost forward stand. Vulcan Air making its way off of 27 now. And that service from Malaga making its way to the rear of the apron. We'll stay with the Vulcan Air just for the last few seconds until it disappears though off into the maintenance area. There it goes. So look at that service in from Malaga then as it makes its way onto stand. Have a look at those next arrivals as well. Checking the progress of that 777, the Chewy, in from Tenerife, just in front of the Aerologic 777. The Chewy should be with us within the next 10 minutes. That one is just east of Rugby at the minute, and the Aerologic 777 just overhead Northampton. Chewy passing down through 8,700 feet and the Aerologic 13,500 feet. The Aerologic is about 15 minutes out. Making its way up towards Reading at the minute. The Ryanair service to inbound from Girona. That one is about 24 minutes away, making its way down through 26,000 feet now. 420 knots is the speed on that one. Let's check on the 777 in from Dubai. That one is just making its way overhead Southend-on-Sea at the minute, about 30 minutes out now, making its way down through 30,200 feet. 439 knots is the speed on that one. So hopefully we will get the 777s rolling right past us this afternoon. The forward door of that 737 then opening up in the distance. Should start to see those first passengers making their way off anytime soon. Let's see if anything else is making its way towards us imminently. Over the Atlantic at the minute, the service in from Kennedy. That one is about an hour and 35 minutes out. It's 35,000 feet that is currently cruising at. 505 knots is its speed. About 50 minutes or so behind that. The 777 in from Cincinnati, about 2.5 hours until we see that one arrive into East Midlands. Registration on the aircraft in from Cincinnati, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Whiskey. That one will be departing East Midlands later on this evening, I think just past 9 p.m. So be a little beyond where we are in terms of streaming, but that one will be making its return flight over to Leipzig a little later on this evening. The UPS 767 in from Philadelphia, that one is about 3 hours and 15 minutes away from us. 31,000 feet is the current altitude on that one. 524 knots is its speed. Ground crew at the rear of the Ryanair in from Malaga then, ready to open that door. Those first passengers emerging from the front. Hopefully you can see just in the distance as well, brightening up ever so slightly there. Fingers crossed that a bit more of that good weather heads our way. It's looking quite grey in the distance. Chewy here from Tenerife, then just north of Leicester now. That one is about 4 minutes out. So I've not been that fortunate over the past few weeks to catch many of the arrivals to the or from the east in onto 27. But when 09 is in operation, we can follow them up all the way from the south. Turning over Burton-on-Trent and then landing right in front of us. But that service should be with us in the next 5 minutes or so. Golf Tango uniform Mike is the registration on the inbound. 737 MAX, 3 years of age on that one. April 2022. That one first entered into service with Chewy. Good afternoon to everybody in the chat joining us. As well. Good to have you with us. Adrian, Andy, and Mark. Good to see you again. Passengers making their way off of that Ryanair 737 in front of us then. Let's have a look at those next departures from East Midlands. The Chewy Air from Tenerife just about to start making its turn onto final approach. And the 777 not too far behind, that one just east of Leicester now, about 5 minutes out for that one. So a few delays on those inbounds, especially to the New York and Cincinnati services this evening. About a 40 to 50 minute delay on those. But arriving with us imminently, the Aerologic Air from Delhi. That's the 777 in from Dubai as well. Ryanair in from Girona. followed by services here from New York and Cincinnati. The Isle of Man RVL the Isle of Man RVL service should be with us just after 7 p.m. this evening, and the Ryanair service here from Dublin just after 7:05. Ryanair service from Wrocław at about 7:10, and then the Chewy from Palma at 7:45. Ryanair service in from Faro 8:10, and then the 767 again in from Reykjavik, replacing the 757, which we've been very accustomed to seeing arriving in from Reykjavik over the past few months, with the 767 should be with us at about 8:15. West Atlantic here from Aberdeen then should be with us at about 8:25. No sign of the Atlas here from Anchorage, unfortunately, but we should see services in from Belfast and Philadelphia. The Belfast service arriving with us at about 20 to 9. I'm looking at 20 to 8 because that's the estimated time on the service in from Philadelphia at about 22 or 10 to 8 this evening, so running about 50 minutes ahead of schedule. And the last inbound should be the Ryanair service in from Krakow. We'll keep an eye on the weather though this evening, so hopefully the rain stays away from us. Nothing forecast imminently. As I know all too well, it can change in just a few minutes. Ryanair here in front of us then pushing off of stand, making its way to Alicante this evening. Registration on that one, Echo India Delta Yankee Whiskey. (737-800), 16 years of age on that airframe. Chewy just about over the M1, just leaving west of Kegworth there, about to make its way over the M1 and the threshold 427. Ryanair being pulled forward then by the tug. And the Chewy should be safely down with us in the distance. Just a few seconds and that one should appear behind the trees. The 777 turning on to final approach as well. Let's have a look then as the Chewy should be emerging. Three hours and 52 minutes on the Chewy then as it makes its way in from Tenerife this afternoon. No messing around, straight off the runway. There we go, safely on the taxiway, making its way down to that Ryanair service departing out to Alicante. Triple seven, just a couple of minutes out now, passing down through 1,900 feet. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Delta. There's a registration on the inbound. (153 knots). There's its current speed as it makes its way down on the approach. Staying with the Chewy just for a few minutes. Ryanair service in from Girona, making its way up to the south of Leicester now. That one about 10 minutes out. And the 777 in from Dubai. That one about 15 minutes away from us. 18,300 feet is its current altitude. Very quickly racing across the apron there. Safely in on stand. So a very speedy approach to its stand there. 777 just overhead Kegworth now though. That one will be the next aircraft to land into East Midlands. Service to Alicante, starting its taxi as well. 777 then landing in those reverse thrusters in the distance. We'll see how fast this one approaches us. Just whereabouts it vacates this afternoon. Yeah, still quite a bit of speed on that one. Looks like it's going to run right past us. Using all of the available runway then. Logic 777 in from Delhi. Arriving into East Midlands. Flight time 8 hours and 55 minutes upon touching down. Looking very shiny as it vacates there onto the taxiway. Let's see whereabouts this one taxis to. Like a left hand or a right hand turn. Right hand turn then as it makes its way onto the taxiway. Right now, service to Alicante, reaching the end of runway 27 then. Let's see if it makes its way out before the service in from Girona lands in. That one is just a minute or so away from making that turn onto final approach. A lot of turns for the 777 there as it makes its way towards its stand. There it goes, snaking its way in towards its stand this afternoon. 777 in from Delhi. There it is, coming to a firm stop. runway service to Alicante, then lining up on runway 27. That one on the centre line now, ready to take off. And the runway service in from Girona, turning on to final approach. That one is just over East Leek at the minute. Should be with us in the next 2 or 3 minutes. And the 777 in from Dubai. That one is about 10 minutes out now, making its way up to the south of Leicester. Stick on the 777 just for a few seconds though. Right now, service to Alicante, waiting at the end of 27. So that starts rolling, we'll pan across and watch that one depart out in front of us. The weather's clearing up in the distance ever so slightly, a bit more sunlight making its way through. Just unfortunate with the cloud cover, not a lot of opportunity seeing those overheads. My next aircraft out, that ran a service to Alicante. Passing through 1,000 feet then, at 165 knots as it climbs away there. Starting to get very bright up there. Hopefully some of that cloud burning away. There we go then, 2,000 feet already. Heading off to London Control, leaving East Midlands airspace. Runway service off to Alicante this afternoon. So look over on the DHL ramp then at the Aerologic 777. Forward stair just being moved into place. Right, service here from Girona, landing in the distance. So a quick pan around, catch that one then as it makes its way towards us. Flight time of 1 hour and 53 minutes then. Echo India. Echo Bravo Yankee is the registration on this one, 737-800, 16 years of age, 2009, first entered into service. Wind just starting to pick up ever so slightly now. Hopefully it remains calm for the rest of this evening. There it goes, taxiing away. They're on a service in from Girona. We'll stick with this one just for a minute. The ground crew just preparing to stay there in front of the 777. See just how bright it's starting to get in the distance. So that sun peeking through. So as everyone there taxis off, let's have a look in the distance then. The Airlogic 777. There you go, the knock on the door. Ground crew making their way on board there. I'm sure the crew will be glad to get off that one. For a 9-hour flight. Making its way in onto the final approach, runway 27 then. 777 in from Dubai, registration Golf Delta Hotel Mike Charlie. 15 years of age on the inbound airframe. 2010 this one first entered into service, initiating that left hand turn onto the final approach then. Making its way down through 2,800 feet, 189 knots is its current speed as it makes that turn. And looks like in the distance another Embraer making its way towards us as well. And a Beechcraft actually, I think. Yeah, I've managed to see this one a couple of times over the past few weeks. Nothing pinging up on the radar for this one though. So the Embraer was pinging up a little earlier, it seems to have disappeared. Steadily taxiing down to the start of runway 27 then. We'll see that one departs quite high above us, I expect, in the next few minutes. But we should see the 777 in first. That one is just over East Leek. 1,800 feet is its current altitude. We'll pass in altitude. Away it goes then, just emerging from the other side of that dip in the taxiway there. See if it makes its way onto 27 and manages to get out before the 777 arrives. So look for any more movement over there on the apron at Ryanair. Bit of activity around that one. Drop some of that light out if we can. Definitely turn a bit bright in the distance. 777 at 1,200 feet then, just making its way towards Kegworth. Once that one lands in, and we will have a look at the upper cargo deck of the Airlogic 777 as well. That one just opening up. And the Beechcraft just holding short of 27 in the distance. Not sure if we'll be able to make that one out or not. Just about see it there of the emergency gate sign just beneath the UPS sign there. That one holding short of 27 then, giving way to the arriving 777. Should be with us within the next 30 seconds or so, hopefully. Thank you very much for joining us from East Midlands this afternoon. First stream of the week for us. We'll be out again later this week. Get that scheduled in as soon as we can. So the weather on Thursday doesn't look too bad. Well, depending on which weather app you look at, we'll keep an eye on it and schedule the stream accordingly. 777 though, just about to make an appearance. There it is. Arriving in after 6 hours and 52 minutes from Dubai. Safely vacating now. Speed brakes retracting then. Let's see which way this one turns, left or right. Making that left hand turn. Just to see the crew on the flight deck there as well this afternoon. There it goes. The Beechcraft looks like it's made a bit of a U-turn, making its way back in now. Not happy with something. There he goes, back off down towards the maintenance area. See if that one emerging is a little later on. Stick with a 777 though, as that continues its taxi towards its stand, if you can find it. There it is. Try and get some more light off the image if we can. Just take that off very quickly. There you go. Take a bit of harshness off of the glare, the skin of the aircraft. So in terms of departures then, due off to Kos, that one with an estimated departure time 4:25. Nothing moving on that one unfortunately just yet. Chewy service to Dalaman, that one is delayed until about 6:10 this evening, so excuse me, so another hour or so before we see that one depart from East Midlands. Chewy service off to Rhodes though, should be making its way out just before 5:15. Followed by the Jet 2 service to Palma. Both services scheduled to make their way out at about 5:15 this evening. So hopefully within the next 5 or 10 minutes we should see those aircraft start to push back on stand. It does indeed look like the Chewy is pushing back. Chewy service to Kos, the very rear of the apron. Shall pan around. So the 777 is waiting for a stand. Let's pan around and see if we can have a look at the Chewy then as it starts to push. So that one is the Chewy off to Rhodes. Very rear of the apron. Chewy service off to Kos. Stick with the service to Rhodes though in front of us. .737 Max then in front of us. Golf Tango Uniform Mike Oscar is the registration on this one. 5 years of age. 5.5 years of age actually. January 2020. This one first entered into service with Chewy. 777 is still waiting for its stand. Catch up with the Chewy in a minute then. Just disappearing it behind that Ryanair 737. Finally, about that sun making its way through, making a good job of clearing some of that cloud up. Maybe there is a chance for some overhead spotting this afternoon then. We shall keep an eye on it. But waiting very patiently then for a stand. That 777 in from Dubai. Vulcan once again then making its way out from East Midlands. Speeding down to make its way on to runway 27. Well, definitely has started to get warm now. Catch up with the Vulcan in a minute then. 777. Still waiting. So look a little further down at the Aerologic 777. That one is in a process of being offloaded. There it is, first of that cargo making its way off then. So that service in from Dubai finally starting to make a move. A very shiny aircraft there. Vulcan Air lifting off then. Very early deviation from the runway heading there. Well, off it goes. Back out on operation this afternoon. 777 coming to a stop on stand then. Noise from the ops team on the runway. Getting rid of the birds this afternoon. Little big crows out there. Chewy service to Kos, making its way down to the start of runway 27 then. And the service to Rhodes. It's at the very back of the apron, waiting for its turn. Well, it's very bright indeed. There you go, let's lose a bit of that light. Runner service from Vraslav, about an hour and 45 minutes out then. That one just departed in Vraslav about 10 minutes ago. Making its way back over to East Midlands. And that Chewy service to Rhodes, making its way, proceeding on the apron to the taxiway. Well, it's definitely warming up now. Battle of the heat haze in front of us though. There he goes, entering the taxiway then, making its way down to the start of runway 27. And the holding point 427, that Chewy service off to Kos. Golf Tango Uniform Kilo Victor is a registration on the next outbound. 16 years of age, 2009, that one entered into service. So a quick look at what's left on the apron then for the time being. Ryanair Jet 2, Ryanair on the very forward of the apron there. And then the Chewy just tucked away in the corner, and of course the Chewy there in the distance as well. Starting to get in place on the 777 then to offload that one this afternoon. Vulcan Air already making its way back down towards East Midlands. A little bit of an orbit there over the A52. They're making its way, tracking back down the M1. So maybe we'll see that one land back in a little bit sooner than I thought. Making its way onto 27 first though is that service to Kos. Give that one a few seconds to get lined up. I shall pan around and watch that one depart from East Midlands this afternoon. Definitely looks like the Vulcan Air may be making its way back towards us. It's orbiting just north of Kegworth. But let's pan around then and catch that next departure, the Chewy service to Kos. It goes very bright as it climbs away there, passing through 700 feet. Lose a bit more light if we can as it turns out. There we go, it's a little better. A lot of blue sky ahead of it though. Now that Hawker Beechcraft making its way out again. Still making its way up to 2,000 feet on the aircraft in front of us. Getting a little greyer as it moves further south, but there it goes, passing through 2,200 feet and leaving East Midlands airspace. Chewy service off to Kos. So look then, whereabouts has it gone? A little bit further down I think. Oop, there it is. Attempt number 2. So hopefully it makes it out this time. Next service to make its way towards us though is that Chewy service to Rhodes. Vulcan Air just north of the airfield now. Away it goes, passing through 1,000 feet then, initiating that left hand turn, climbing away at 170 knots. Upper cargo deck of the 777 in from Dubai open as well. First that cargo starting to make its way off. Beechcraft getting ever closer to the start of runway 27, hopefully making it out this time. So there must have been something something pressing for them to turn back and return to stand. Hopefully all sorted. Away it goes then, making its way out of East Midlands airspace. Due service off to Rhodes, passing up through 2,400 feet, 248 knots as it climbs away there. Let's get a bit more lighting then as we make our way down towards the ground. 777 in the distance then, ready to start offloading. Beechcraft turning on to 27 and lining up on the centre line. So still the Jet 2 service to Palma to make its way out in the next few minutes or so hopefully. And the Runway service to Malaga departing just before 6 p.m. So in the next 20 minutes or so those passengers, or last passengers, will be making their way on board and the aircraft will be preparing to depart. Hawker Beechcraft though, next to depart East Midlands. Finally making its way out, positioning back down to Oxford this evening. Passing by the weather there. Straight through the cloud into the blue sky. 2,100 feet. And registration on this one, November 497. X-ray Papa. Very intense grey cloud there. There it goes then, leaving East Midlands airspace. Hawker Beechcraft finally making its way out down to Oxford. So look on the main apron then, if we can. That Jet 2 service out to Palma should be pushing. There it is. Those passengers making their way towards that Ryanair aircraft as well. It should be the service to Malaga. And it looks like this service to Palma this evening delayed by about an hour and 45 minutes. Estimated to depart at 6:05, now with a revised estimated departure time of 7:45 this evening. A lot of the services in and out for the foreseeable will be hit with delays due to the issues with the air traffic in Europe. But hopefully makes it a bit more interesting for us here on the ground to have a look what's going on. And a closer look at some of those aircraft. But there it goes, pushing to the rear of the stand. Should be starting up in the next few minutes. I think a bit of quiet then for just a short while. Making its way in from Wrocław, about an hour and 30 minutes out, as around a 737. Starting up in Leipzig, the Aerologic 777. That one should be with us in about an hour and 40 minutes. That one is just being pushed off stand, making its way to the runway. Looking still on operation to the north of the airfield, just west of Nottingham at the minute. It's north of Long Eaton actually. Making its way towards Ireland. The service in from Kennedy, that one is about 45 minutes out. 35,000 feet, still maintaining its altitude, and 496 knots is its current speed. Inbound aircraft this evening with a registration Golf Delta Hotel Lima Kilo. That one is 12 years of age. November 2012, that one first entered into service. So look on the DHL apron for a few minutes then. Where are we going? 777. There we go. A few more people are on the aircraft now. Engineering team on the runway as well. Making sure all the taxiway and runway lights are working as they should. Still continuing to offload the cargo from the 777 in from Delhi. Chewy then pushing off stand. Maybe just being moved stand. Registration Golf Foxtrot Delta Zulu. This is the one from yesterday with the issue on those tyres. Still on the ground here at East Midlands. Presumably just having a little ride around on the apron there, making sure everything works as it should. Hopefully that one will be making its way back out, maybe repositioning back down to Birmingham at some point today. There it is, at least we managed to get it on one stream, if it wasn't yesterday. So we've managed to get it in a repaired status today, hopefully making its way out at some point. There he goes, pulling back in onto stand then, the Chewy diverting into East Midlands from Birmingham yesterday afternoon. And as we're watching that, the Jet 2 service to Palma is starting to taxi down to the beginning of runway 27. Thanks again for joining us from East Midlands this afternoon. It's good to have you with us. That next service off to Palma then, making its way down to the start of runway 27, registration Golf Golf Delta Foxtrot Victor 737-800, 26 years of age on this airframe, November 1998. This one first entered into service. The next little cloud rolling in right above us then, making it a little bit darker, taking away with it as well. See whereabouts these stairs are being to. Chewy turning on to 27. Sorry, Jet 2 onto 27. Chewy in front of us. Making its way towards us now then. That Chewy service, Jet 2 service off to Palma. So a quick look at the Chewy in the distance. Forward door just opening there. Get a close up look of that one as a Jet 2 makes its way up past us in the next couple of minutes. Goes then, making his way up through 700 feet, climbing out at about 160 knots. Off it goes, then making his way out of East Midlands airspace into the cloud there. So look now, that's you in the distance then. Look, it's all closed up again, the ground crew just underneath the aircraft. So nothing filed for this one, I don't think, just yet. Nothing filed just yet, so maybe a very impromptu departure for that one this evening, if indeed it does go out. If not, it'll likely stay on the ground here, take over from one of the other aircraft, making their way out of East Midlands at some point. The Vulcaner making its way back in then, about 700 feet on that one, as it approaches from the east. Yeah, the Vulcaner turning in onto final 427. Let's have a quick look at the progress on the 777 in front of us then. There it is. Well, very quiet for the time being. Aircraft approaching from the east then. Ryanair service in from Wrocław, still an hour and 20 minutes out. And that 777 in from Leipzig around the same time, about an hour and 20 minutes on both of those. About 35 minutes left though on that service in from Kennedy. That one is at 35,000 feet as it makes its way across Northern Ireland. 777 in from Cincinnati, about an hour and 30 minutes out. So she get another couple of 777s in together then in about an hour and 30 minutes. And the UPS 767 in from Philadelphia is at 31,000 feet, about 2 hours and 15 minutes away from us this evening. So just a little bit left to run on those next inbounds. Vulcaner making its way into us though, making its way onto the taxiway. There it is, safely back in on the ground here at East Midlands. Disappearing off in towards the maintenance area. Probably one of the best positions this afternoon. Right in the middle of the runway there. There he is. Keep him a little bit blurred. He's getting to his in his way this afternoon, but there he is, making sure all those runway lights are in good working order. The 777 on that very second to last end stand, still in the process of being unloaded. That one should be making its way out to Leipzig this evening, hopefully in the next hour or so. Scheduled departure time 6:55, so should hopefully be making its way out just before the next arriving Aerologic 777 in from Leipzig arrives with us. 747 expected to depart at about 7:10 this evening. So we'll look over on the apron then. Should still be one remaining service to depart imminently. It is indeed the Ryanair 737 in front of us, registration Echo India Echo Bravo Yankee. That one off to Malaga. Should be making its way out in the next 10 minutes or so. Estimated departure time is 5 to 6 this evening. It's like all the ancillary equipment is or has been moved from around the aircraft, so hopefully we'll be pushing any time soon. And good evening to everybody joining us in the chat as well. It's good to have you with us, and of course watching live with us from East Midlands Airport this evening. Thank you very much for watching Live Flight Action. Right, we'll grab a quick drink, I think. It's a little bit warmer than I anticipated. Maybe not. But it's good to have you with us, and thank you very much for watching live with us this evening. If you're new to join the channel, thank you for joining us, and do consider subscribing. We're out here at least twice a week, every Tuesday and Thursday evening, catching all of the action live here from East Midlands Airport, from the grounds of East Midlands Aeropark. If you want any more information about the aeropark, how to visit during public opening hours, have a look at the stream description below. There's a link to their website there. Give you all the information you need to know about their opening times, admission prices, and of course the aircraft on static display here. They're on to Malaga, pushing off of the apron then. Still making sure all those lights are good working order. Stick with the view in front of us then for the time being. So not a view you get every day here at East Midlands, well, especially on the streams anyway. That next aircraft out then, 16 years of age, 2009. That one first entered into service. So moving out of the way. There you go, at least you get to see them checking the runway lights at least. Let's have a look at those next inbounds then. About 30 minutes out on the service here from Kennedy. That one leaving the coast of Northern Ireland, making its way down to the most southern tip of the Isle of Man. Looks like that is going to make land over Liverpool and then make its way in towards Stoke-on-Trent, north of Derby, down to the south of Nottingham, and then into East Midlands. And the service in from Wrocław, about an hour and 15 minutes away, about an hour and 10 on the 777 in from Leipzig. So should be arriving with us at around the same time as the service in from Cincinnati this evening. That one is about an hour and 20 minutes away. Next aircraft to depart though is a Ryanair 737 in front of us. That one off to Malaga this evening. There it goes, departing the apron just ahead of its estimated departure time this evening. I go from a transit to a 737. Have a look, see if you can see the 1A in the distance as well this evening. That one departed about 7:10. No inbound 747s unfortunately. Did manage to catch the 1A 747 in last week though, arriving from Astana. Regular visitors on our streams at East Midlands. Seeing quite a variety of 747s over the past few months. There it is, just in the distance there. See that one and make its way towards us in the next couple of minutes then. The Vulcan is pinging up again, maybe making its way out. We'll keep an eye on it. So look on the remote stands on the DHL apron then. West Atlantic ATR there in the distance. Doesn't look like that one is going anywhere anytime soon. .767 on the very end stand there. Sure of the 767 movements this evening. There's 767 inbound from Reykjavik a little later on. .767 outbound to Brussels. Let's check the registration on this one. It is Hotel Lima and Mike. That one is expected to depart for Brussels at about 7:45 this evening. So in the next couple of hours, that one should be making its way off down to the start of runway 27. Of course, keep an eye out for that one being loaded up and the crew getting on board that one this evening. .757 there on stand. And the next lot of that cargo making its way off of the 777 from Dubai. Where they're closing in ever so slightly, but taking some of that brightness away, making it a little bit better for viewing. So after the departing service to Malaga, the Ryanair service to Palma this evening is delayed until about 7:45. 777 off to Leipzig at 7:55. The 747 off to Hangzhou at 7:10, and the Ryanair service to Valencia at 7:45. That is followed by the Ryanair service back out of Wrocław at 7:50 this evening. And the 767 should be departing around the same time. 7:45 is the estimated departure time for that 767 off to Brussels. Ryanair service to Faro at 8:50, and that may well be the last service on this evening's stream. We'll see if we can catch the 777 off to Cincinnati. It's expected to depart around the same time as the service from Faro, but landing in the distance. It's like a Gulfstream this evening. There it goes, silently making its way off of runway 27. November 235 Bravo Hotel, the registration on that one. Very nice livery. So that one, no one, not visible on radar, unfortunately. Well, not on mine, anyway. If anybody's got any information on that one, and where it's originated from today, definitely let us know in the chat. But the Gulfstream disappearing away then as that Ryanair service to Malaga gets closer towards us. There he goes, and just in time. Passing through 600 feet then, 163 knots as it climbs away. And away it goes this evening through the cloud then. The Ryanair service off to Malaga. Right, it sounds a little bit quiet then for the next short while. The next arrival isn't too far away from us though. 767 in from Kennedy this evening. 777 here from Dubai there, still continuing to offload. As well as a 777 at the very end of the apron there, in from Delhi. 20 minutes or so then before that next arrival is with us. Our final approach for runway 27, just over Liverpool Bay now. 767 in from Kennedy. Registration Golf Delta Hotel Lima Kilo. Passing down through 27,000 feet, November 2012. This one first entered into service with DHL. Flight time this evening will be about 6 hours and 20 minutes. There we go, looks like a bit of expensive cargo waiting to make its way on board something this evening. Another Ferrari in the distance. Seeing quite a few cars making their way on and off of aircraft over there on the DHL ramp. Hopefully we'll catch that one being loaded on in a little while. So it may be making its way onto the Leipzig service there. Sorry, the 777 making its way back out to Leipzig in a little while. Fingers crossed that should be a bit of interesting viewing. So watching the cars go on board those aircraft though. Quite some funny angles to get them loaded on, but it's surprising just how easy they go on board. And there we go, another one coming off. That was a surprise. From one Ferrari then to looks like a Rolls Royce coming off there. A very expensive trip over from Dubai for that one. Excuse me while I finish off the rest of my my tea from earlier. So you got not something you see every day at East Midlands. Look, we caught that one coming off. I saw the Ferrari in the distance there. I was quite surprised watching that one come off. Some money's worth indeed there. Oh, wasps still around. And about 20 minutes out on the service in from JFK then. And off it goes. There we go, bit of car action on this evening's stream then. Show you what those aircraft can really carry. They look tiny in comparison though. Definitely a very expensive way to ferry a car around the world. So from the Rolls-Royce to the Ferrari there as well in front of us. Assume that's a Ferrari anyway. Looks like that one has gone off now. It's going somewhere anyway. Interesting if it was going back on the aircraft. It might just be held around there for the time being. Keep a watch out though, see if that does make its way on board at some point. The 777 in front of us then will be making its way back out to Leipzig. Hopefully in the next 50 minutes. Cargo making its way on board then, ready for its journey over to Leipzig this evening. So we'll see whereabouts the Rolls-Royce just underneath the other side of the aircraft ends up, as well as that one this evening. But for the meantime, let's have a look where that next arrival is. 767 in from JFK this evening, then just north of Crewe, passing down through 14,500 feet at 375 knots. That one is about 15 minutes away from us. The Chewy pushing back off its stand. Should have a look from the passenger apron, actually making its way out now off to Dalaman this evening. Golf Tango Uniform Mike is a registration on this one, 737 Max, 3 years of age, 2022 this one first entered into service. Definitely a bit better now all the heat is dissipated. It's a little bit cooler now as well. Still quite pleasant out. It's still definitely cooler than it has been over the past couple of weeks out here. Gradually making its way down to the start runway 27 and Chewy aircraft off to Dalaman this evening. And then 10 minutes or so will be that next arrival in from Kennedy. Let's check back in on the 777 as 737 makes its way down to the start of the runway. It is, that Rolls-Royce still tucked away. Fair bit of cargo still to make its way on board this evening, but about 40 minutes or so before that one is estimated to depart this evening. So look around the rest of the apron then as we wait for that 737 to make its way down. Next inbound just touching down, another one not showing up on radar. Yeah, very sleek livery indeed. A lot of American jets in this evening and outbound as well. November 560 Romeo Papa registration on that one. No information on that one, unfortunately. Nothing publicly visible. There goes Cessna Citation there, 560. Off in towards the Midlands area. Next aircraft outbound then this evening is that Chewie off to Dalaman, just about to make its way onto runway 27. Just at the holding point. A slow pan around as we point in that direction. 747 in the distance. About an hour or so before that one is estimated to depart from East Midlands. And that 767 is about 5 minutes out now, making its way down through 7,300 feet. So a quick look over on the DHL apron as we wait for that aircraft to line up on the centre line. Whoops, too far. 757 there, and the 767. That one expected to depart in just a short while. So no activity around that aircraft just yet. So the stairs are in place, ready for the crew to make their way on board imminently. Dalaman service just holding at the end of 27. Not a lot of cargo left to go on board this evening, so hopefully maintaining its estimated departure time. Let's pan back around then in the direction of runway 27, catch the departure of that service to Dalaman. Well, very grey it's turned indeed in the distance. Still an aircraft shining away though as it departs out of East Midlands, passing through 1,000 feet and initiating that left-hand turn. 170 knots. It's climbing away out there. (1,700 feet), just over 200 knots as it continues its climb out. There he goes, away into the distance, leaving East Midlands airspace. Cheer service off to Dalaman this evening. A lot of people, hopefully, getting better weather than we are at the minute. Well, this evening anyway. So not much more to go on board of the 777, and should hopefully see that out in the next 40 minutes. Just south of Nottingham now though is that service in from Kennedy, passing through 3,300 feet. Just about to make its final turn onto final approach. So no movement on that car just yet. It'll be interesting to see whereabouts that ends up this evening. Not sure if it will be on board the Leipzig service or not. There's another stand space there. We'll see where the next few aircraft make their way into. The 767 maybe a bit tight for space over there, and the next two inbound 777s as well. Maybe a little bit congested in just a short while. We shall see. Just leaving the coast of the Netherlands there, and the Ryanair service in from Wrocław at 38,000 feet. That one should be with us in about 40 minutes. And about 35 to 40 minutes, that 777 in from Leipzig at 36,000 feet, a couple of thousand feet lower, 442 knots. Here's a cruising speed on the 777, 420 on the 737. 777 may well beat the 737 over then. So there's still about 40 minutes endurance left to go on both aircraft. But we'll see which one makes it in first. The 767 on final approach then. So land into East Midlands. The crew at the very forward of the door there on 777. And a good gaze at the car there. So there's no movement on the Rolls Royce on the other side though. I think that's there for the foreseeable till it moves off a little later. So look then at that next inbound, the 767 in from Kennedy, just over Kegworth, passing down through 750 feet. Hopefully this one will roll out straight past us again, just as the 777s have. Just that brightness. So it's getting a little bit dark now. It's not too bad in the distance, bit of sun breaking through. Pan around down to the start of 09 there. Just see the weather in the distance. Bit of sun breaking through the cloud. Hopefully a lot of that darker cloud makes its way past us. It's not very good in terms of rain in the next half an hour or so. Fingers crossed it will pass over us very quickly. That next inbound then is right upon us. Here it is, the 767 in from Kennedy this evening. Flight time of 6 hours and 16 minutes. We're at the point of touching down. Vacating to 7 then, on to the taxiway. See whereabouts this one ends up. The RVL in from the Isle of Man, making its way towards us now. That service from Cincinnati, just about to make its way over the coast of Northern Ireland. That one will be routing a very similar route to the 767 in front of us. Definitely dropping a bit darker now as well. And that cloud blocking out the sunlight. Slowing down then as it initiates that turn onto stand. Have a look at the front. The marshal light should be there somewhere. There you go. Just see that orange panel sticking out there. There you go, brakes on. 767 in from Kennedy this evening then. Flight time 6 hours and 60 minutes. Arriving on stand there. Parking brakes applied and shutting down those engines. Ground crew ready to get in place on that one. And the last of the cargo hopefully making its way on board of the 777. Off to Leipzig. The fueling truck in place. Try and get a little bit more light in if we can. Let's have a look at those next inbounds. Then the 777 making its way from Cincinnati, about 40 minutes out. The RVL Cessna Caravan here from the Isle of Man, that is about 40 minutes out as well. Maybe a little rain starting above us. Nothing so far. And the Vulcan Air starting up on stand again. Looks like they maybe just being pushed onto stand though. Keep an eye on that one. From the east then, making their way towards us now, just separating ever so slightly. Well, the Ryanair service in from Wrocław is about 35 minutes out, and about 30 minutes for the 777 inbound from Leipzig this evening. So a slight delay on those next outbounds from East Midlands. Ryanair service to Parma should have departed about 20 minutes ago. That one delayed until about 7:45 this evening. In the next 40 minutes or so. The 747 after Hangzhou should be leaving. So no movement on that one just yet from this vantage point anyway. But the estimated departure time on that one is 7:07. The Ryanair service to Valencia at 7:30, so in the next hour or so. As well as a Ryanair service to Wrocław at 7:35. The 767 on the very end stand, front of where we are this evening. Let's have a quick pan across. There it is, off to Brussels at 7:45. It's about an hour and 50 minutes. That one should be making its way out. So not too sure if the crew are on board that one just yet. But definitely some cargo just to the side there, ready to make its way on this evening. The Ryanair service to Faro at 10:09 this evening, and then that should be followed by the 777 service to Cincinnati. That's the DHL 777 at 10:09 as well. So look then, on the ground, the operations started to take place around that 767 in from JFK. Forward stair in place. Hopefully that door will retract in the next few minutes. Oh, sorry, my error. There we go. That's the one in from JFK. A lot of 767s in front of us. But that forward stair is in place as well there. Just see the flight crew stepping out. Already getting to work on that aircraft this evening. So a lot of 767s to choose from this evening. Very 76, 75 and 777 heavy over there on the ramp at the minute. There we go, quick look, a very brief view of the interior of that 767. Nothing on the Vulcan Air just yet. Looks like that one has been moved onto a remote stand down here in the maintenance area. Ryanair service making its way in from Palma though. It's about 45 minutes out. That one is routing up towards Cherbourg at the minute. 32,000 feet is its current altitude. Chewy service in from Palma making its way into us as well. About an hour and 19 minutes before that one reaches us. Ryanair service in from Faro. That one departed about 45 minutes ago. About an hour and 50 minutes left to run, making its way up the length of Portugal there. About 10 or 15 minutes and it will be over the Bay of Biscay. And then about 30 minutes or so before the next 777 lands into us here at East Midlands. Have a look over to the opposite end of the apron then this evening. The 777 there in the distance, that upper rear cargo door is now closed. They're making the final preparations. Fueling truck is still in place. About 20 minutes or so before this service departs out to Leipzig this evening. So thank you very much indeed for joining us again here at East Midlands this evening. Hope you're all keeping warm and dry where you are. So looking a bit precarious where I am at the minute. A lot of dense cloud heading this way. Looks a bit sunny right in the distance though, so hopefully the worst of it is passing over the south of the airfield at the minute. But still, weather isn't too bad. Not as good as it has been over the past few weeks, but still pleasant enough. Good evening to everybody joining us in the chat as well. It's good to have you with us. Daz, good evening to you. Wayne as well. Good to have you both with us. Thank you very much for joining. No movement on the Rolls Royce there. Ferrari still very much in place. It doesn't look like it's going out to Leipzig this evening. So we'll see what goes on the next stand. No indication of where it's going to at all in the world. It'll be interesting to see if it makes it back on board this evening though. If you missed that Rolls Royce coming off a little earlier, skip back about 30 minutes or so. Making its way off of the 777 inbound from Dubai. Arriving with us a little earlier in the stream. A lot of interesting aircraft inbound already this evening to East Midlands. A lot of US registered private jets arriving in with us and departing as well. So if you missed it from last Thursday's stream, we had the presidential flight, I think the Royal Siraj's flight in from the UAE, A320 corporate jet. That one was on the back of the apron there throughout last Thursday's stream, so if you missed that, definitely go and have a look at that one arriving in. So quite some entourage leaving that aircraft, a lot of vehicles waiting for it on the ground as well. That was making its way up from Exeter, I think. Definitely a good and very rare sight to catch, especially into East Midlands. Yeah, temperature's definitely dropping. Right, just going to get a coat very quickly. I shall be back. There you go, it's a little bit warmer. So yeah, it's extremely cold when that wind's blowing. It's very exposed up here. Even colder when it's down to about -2. Well, we fortunately made our way through the worst of the weather at the start of the year. It's yet to come again. I think they're a little bit more prepared this time though. Let's have a look then if there's any more ground movements in the next short while. 777 in the distance. Is that next aircraft indicated to depart out? So hopefully in the next 15 minutes, once that fueling truck finishes, and looks like it has, forward door should be being closed once the forward stair is moved out of the way. That one will push off stand, make its way down to the start of runway 27, and then depart straight in front of us. Should I say rotate straight in front of us, making its way off out to Leipzig. Triple 7 just ahead of the service here from Wrocław, then about 25 minutes out now, just north of London, making its way across to St Albans. Make a right hand turn above Luton and then route up towards Milton Keynes, Northampton, Leicester, and then into East Midlands. Falconer still pinging up on the radar. Looks like it may be being moved again. So no indication that it's making its way towards us. A couple of times this evening we've already seen that one out. Yeah, maybe just making its way back into its hangar for the evening. Ryanair service starting up in Dublin, making its way across to us. That one is still on stand over in Dublin at the minute. A flight time of about 40 minutes or so. So maybe just before 8 PM we'll see that one arrive into East Midlands. So look at the estimated departure, arrival time on that one. Yeah, maybe a little earlier. 7:05 is the estimated arrival time of that service in from Dublin. The best will in the world. Take a little longer than 20 minutes to make its way over this evening. So maybe 7:30 onwards we'll see the arrival of that service in from Dublin this evening. Just crossing the most southern point of the Isle of Man then, the Cincinnati 777, or service in from Cincinnati, that 777 inbound towards us now. 31,000 feet that is passing down through, 517 knots is its current speed. Registration on the inbound Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Whiskey. There we go, forward door on the 777 all closed up. And that should be being moved out of the way imminently. There we go, so hopefully departing on time this evening. Just in time for the next arrival, the next 777 inbound to us, arriving in the next 20 minutes or so. It should very much be a case of one 777 off that stand and the next taking its place. Look then at the rest of the apron over there. 757. Nothing happening with that one just yet. A couple of 757s in with us. One to the right there, and if we continue panning across all the way to the left, it's one of the first stands on the apron. There we go. Second is 757 there. Waiting to see its way out of East Midlands. Bit of noise from the 777 then, sounds like the APU starting up there. That one pinging up on the radar now. For reference then, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Delta is the registration on the 777 in front of us. December 2009 this one entered into service, so coming up to 16 years of age this year. Making its way in from Delhi this afternoon to East Midlands. Earlier routing took it from Tokyo to Hong Kong, from Hong Kong to Delhi, and then Delhi into East Midlands. So quite a journey it's had over the past day and a half or so. But there it is, making its way out to Leipzig this evening. Hopefully in the next 10 minutes or so that one should be making its way down past us, ready to depart on runway 27. Service in from Parma then, leaving the coast of France, almost with us, just approaching the Isle of Wight. That is going to route east of the Isle of Wight, up overhead Portsmouth, on towards Oxford, and then in towards East Midlands. 32,000 feet is the current altitude of that Parma service. About 33 minutes out now. 777 in from Cincinnati is about 25 minutes away from us, approaching Liverpool Bay. That one is going to route down over Liverpool, down towards Stoke-on-Trent, north of Derby, down towards the south of Nottingham, and then in towards East Midlands. At Leipzig service then, pushing off stand. We'll see if we can catch those engines starting up as well. See if we can turn the volume up just a little bit. There we go, that's definitely not them. A few motorbikes making their way past us this evening. There we go. So we're a bit of a distance away this evening, so sound may not come across quite clearly enough. There we go. Coming alive then, both of the engines on that 777 there. We'll hear them in all their glory as they pass us in hopefully just a few minutes' time. Unfortunately, motorbikes taking the most of that noise this evening. Or making the most of the noise, should I say. Quick check on where that Rolls Royce ended up. And there it is, just in front of the stair there. Yeah, it doesn't look like that one is moving anywhere anytime soon. Triple 7 though is about to start making its way down towards us. Just in time, as the next 777 is about 8 minutes out, just south, coming up to the south of Leicester now, passing between Lutterworth and Market Harbour. 10,000 feet on that one, 278 knots as it continues its descent in towards East Midlands. And the radar service in from Breslau, passing down through 14,600 feet now. 306 knots on that one as it continues its descent towards us as well. The RVL in from the Isle of Man is about 17 minutes out, and that 777 from Cincinnati about 20 minutes, just making its way overhead Liverpool at the minute. They're descending down through 21,500 feet though, 447 knots. So 3 777s in quick succession then here at East Midlands this evening. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. You're watching live flight action live from East Midlands Airport, from the grounds of East Midlands Aeropark. Now the aeropark is open this Thursday till 9 PM, part of their late opening hours schedule. We'll be here as well, catching all of the action up close and live from East Midlands. So the weather forecast is a bit ominous depending on whereabouts you look. Hopefully that rain stays away. We'll get a bit more action on Thursday evening stream. So hope you can join us for that one. We shall get that scheduled as soon as we can. But if you're new to the channel, thank you very much for watching this evening. It's great to have you with us. And our returning subscribers and members as well. Thank you very much to you all for your continued support. But if you are new, it's your first time watching us this evening, do consider subscribing. We're out here at least twice a week catching all of the action from East Midlands. It's free, it doesn't cost you anything, it really does help the channel. We're approaching 4,000 subscribers now. Really like to hear that goal in the next few weeks if we possibly can. So if you can do, give us a subscribe, hit that like button as well. Remember to turn on that notification bell so you stay up to date with all of our action out here at East Midlands. Triple 7 taxiing away then past us this evening down to the start of runway 27. See how quickly this one makes it down there before the next 777 makes it in. And then hopefully the next 20 minutes, that 747 will be making its way down towards us as well. Away it goes, continuing its taxi down to the start of runway 27 then. The next 777 is inbound just north of Leicester now. Passing down through 5,000 feet. There's a 747 just ahead of the 777. It might just make it out in time. Next inbound is a good 4 minutes away yet, so maybe just enough space there for this one to depart. We shall find out though as it reaches the end of runway 27 in the next minute or so. So a quick look then on the 777 in the distance. That one in from Dubai, where we saw the Rolls Royce being taken from a little earlier. Flying ants around again this evening. Go on, get off. But in the process of refueling. I think this one may well be out to Cincinnati at some point. Yeah, that one off to Cincinnati at 10 to 9 this evening. So we'll see if we're still around to catch the departure of that one. Doesn't look like anything else is making its way on board just yet this evening. There's a lot of cargo to the rear of that aircraft though, so presumably still a bit more work to undertake. Quite a lot by the looks of it. So we'll see how that one proceeds in the next couple of hours. The Airlogic 777 reaching the end of 27, just about to turn at the holding point. And the next 777 turning on to final approach, passing down through 2,800 feet now. So that service to Leipzig may well hold, just reaching the holding point. Let's see if it does hold or not. Yeah. No, looks like it's continuing. So looks like 777 outbound then, and the inbound about 3 minutes out now as it passes over East Leek. Let's pan around in the direction of 27 then and await that next departure. Now that cloud has definitely closed in, so we'll see how quickly the 777 disappears into that cloud base this evening. Well, here it comes, making its way towards us, 777 off to Leipzig. Goes very dark out there, 1,300 feet that one is passing through now. 158 knots as it climbs away. 2,800 feet per minute is its vertical speed, initiating that left-hand turn. We're already up to 2,200 feet. Very steep climb out there. There we go, passing through 2,900 feet. The Aerologic 777 making its way out of East Midlands airspace, off to Leipzig this evening. So, one outbound 777, the inbound almost upon us, just over the Kegworth now, passing over the M1. There it goes into that cloud. Cloud burst then, about 4,000 feet at the minute. Slightly high than earlier. The next 777 landing in, then just touching down at the end of runway 27. And the service in from Cincinnati is about 10 minutes out now as well. That was the third 777. There it is. The Aerologic 777 inbound from Leipzig this evening then. Flight time of 1 hour and 27 minutes. Registration on this one, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Golf. 14 years of age. Yeah, younger than its counterpart, which just departed. this one with just as busy a schedule as the aircraft that departed, making its way from Cincinnati over to Leipzig. Leipzig to Shanghai. Shanghai into Leipzig today, and Leipzig over to East Midlands this evening. So pretty much been around the world over the past 3 days. Thanks again for everybody watching and joining in the chat this evening. It's good to have you with us. I hope you're enjoying the content in front of you this evening. That next inbound, and the Ryanair service from Wrocław, making its way down over the M1, just about making its way over the threshold for runway 27. Just about here in the distance, touching down, and those reverse thrusters. Watch the 777 pulling on to stand though. Very same stand its counterpart left from just a few minutes ago. There we go. If we quickly pan around from the 777 to the 737. Flight time then 1 hour and 56 minutes this evening. Ryanair service in from Wrocław. Let's get a little bit closer if we can. Whoops. Camera getting a little bit cold. Registration and Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo Charlie. 9 years of age, 2016 this one first entered into service with Ryanair. Another busy day for this aircraft, a lot of flights on this one today. So starting out in Gdansk this morning, off to Oslo. Oslo back to Gdansk, then Gdansk to Wrocław, Wrocław to Paris, Paris to Wrocław, Wrocław into East Midlands. Back out to Wrocław in a little while. That'll be its final flight of the day. 7 flights all in all for that airframe today. Starting out at 20 to 7 this morning and ending just before we're about 11:15 this evening once it touches down back in Wrocław. So assuming that one was at full capacity, maybe 12 to 1300 people flying on board of that aircraft today. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But still an extremely busy schedule for that aircraft. The 767 to Brussels sounds like it's starting up in the distance. We'll watch the 737 on to stand first though. I'll have a pan across. Cessna Citation starting up over on the maintenance area. it goes. Bit of an abrupt stop there, but parked on stand in the distance. So look then at the 767. Nothing underneath it at the minute. So look down towards the rear of that aircraft. Yeah, APU definitely started up there. Nothing on the flight deck just yet. The next 777 in from Cincinnati though, turning on to final approach. That one passing down through 1900 feet now. 172 knots is its current speed. Registration again on this one, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Whiskey. Delivered into service in February of this year, so just a few months old. Let's pan across from the 767 then to the Citation, making its way out there. So I think we'll see the 777 make its way in first, and the Citation make its way out just after that one has vacated. There we go, nothing on the 747 just yet. Looks like the RVL servicing from the Isle of Man sneaking in there as well. Just disappearing off radar just a short while ago. Just in the right position to catch that one vacate. That one arriving just ahead of the service in from Cincinnati. That one just overhead Kegworth now, passing over the M1. Let's leave the Citation then and the Caravan. Pan around for the arrival of that 777 in from Cincinnati this evening. There it is, the 5th 777 of this evening's stream, landing into East Midlands. This one just a few months old then, February 2025. First entered into service. Looks like the 747 is starting up. Alrighty, looks like this one has circumnavigated the globe quite a few times in its very short lifetime. The Citation making its way out of East Midlands this evening, sneaking out just behind the 777 there. Very early rotation, a very steep departure as well as it climbs away, passing through 2,100 feet now at 198 knots. Registration on this one, Papa Hotel Golf Hotel Zulu. There he goes, safely leaving East Midlands airspace then. 777 making its way onto stand next to its counterparts over there. Right next to the Ferrari as well. So the one 747 pushing off its stand, just obscured by the trees unfortunately there in the distance. We'll catch that one as it starts to make its takeoff roll towards us, and then rotating just to the left of us this evening. There we go, not many shots where you get a 777 and a Ferrari parked on the same stand. That was just hidden behind the 777 there, just slightly visible though. Right in the background underneath that main cargo door there. Let's have a look at the RVL then. That one making its way in onto its stand as we're watching the 777. And already getting to work in unloading all of the cargo off of that small aircraft this evening. Surprising just how many compartments that one has. A lot of functional space on board that one though. So look down towards the flight deck then of that 767. Still no sign of the crew on that one. About 30 minutes or so before that one is estimated to depart this evening. Runway service to Valencia slightly delayed, expected to depart at 7:30, 8 PM is its new estimated time. And the one 747, 5 minutes ahead of schedule, about 7:05. That one was expected to depart. Obviously approaching 7:15 now, so about 5 minutes after its estimated departure time. But still, it is pinging up and should be making its way down to the start of runway 27 in the next few minutes. Quite a wait for this one last Thursday. About 5 minutes or so it spent down at the end of runway 27, and another few minutes sat on runway 27 waiting to take off. Next arrival though, the Ryanair service in from Palma. Registration on this one, Echo India Delta Whiskey Sierra 737-800, flight time by the time it arrives with us this evening 2 hours and 18 minutes. This one's 17 years old, December 2007. This one was delivered into service with Ryanair. So look in the distance then at that 777 that arrived in just a short while ago from Cincinnati. Just the ground crew in operation there this evening, securing everything around the aircraft, ready to start getting it offloaded. Interesting to see how quickly the 747 climbs out this evening. I think that cloud base is just above 4,000 feet at the minute. So she's managed to see it quite a way out. Too sure how far south we'll see it this evening. Still, we'll give it a good shot. Oh, it's looking ever so cold now. So look then on the progress of that next inbound. Just passing over East Leak at 1,650 feet, making its way down towards us then. Speed on that one is about 180 knots. There we go. It's the fourth 777 in on stand with us this evening. I think we've probably got pretty much a full house of Boeing aircraft this evening. 737s. If we have a look over on the main apron, usual suspects over there. Ryanairs and the Chewy. Now that is the one diverting into East Midlands yesterday from Birmingham, causing all havoc for everybody yesterday afternoon. Hopefully back out on its way soon now. It has been towed around that apron this evening, so it's like it's freely moving, so hopefully on its way out in the near future. With the 737s over the 767s on the end stand, just there, 757 next to it, and its larger counterpart, the 777 there, the 747, due to make its way out imminently. It is on the taxiway now, making its way down to the start of 27. The next service to arrive with us is just touching down. It's a Ryanair service in from Palma this evening. There it is. Flight time 2 hours and 20 minutes. Registration on this one again, Echo India Delta Whiskey Sierra. So nothing else on the approach. 747 still taxiing down. Ryanair safely vacating onto the taxiway. Stick with this one just for the next minute or so then, until that 747 lines up on the centre line of 27. I was making that final turn past the holding point, and the Ryanair just about to turn onto the main apron. Hopefully in the next 20 minutes or so, that service to Brussels right in front of us, that's the DHL 767 off to Brussels, will start pushing back, if not a little sooner. The 747 holding out the end of 27 then, just as it did last week. Safely coming to a stop on stand then, that service in from Palma this evening. And that one operating back out to Palma as well. Estimated departure on that service. So look, at 8:10 this evening, so another 45 minutes or so before that one starts making its way back down to the beginning of runway 27. That 747 is still sitting there though at the end of 27. It's like it's just starting to progress forward. Keep on the Ryanair for the time being. So the view of the star of 27 is just obscured ever so slightly. So we'll catch that 747 as it gets a little closer to us. But the approach is currently clear. Next aircraft inbound is the Ryanair service in from Dublin this evening. That one is about 10 minutes out. Overhead Ashbourne at the minute, passing down through 10,200 feet. And the 747 is lined up on the centre line. So she'll be throttling up imminently and making its way down towards us. Fingers crossed anyway. So we did have a little wait on the last stream for this one to start making its way towards us. Looks like it's rolling out now. One at 747 making its way down towards us then this evening off to Hangzhou in China. There you go, passing through 100 knots. Here it is. Straight out there, continuing on that runway heading, passing through 900 feet at 169 knots. 10747 away from East Midlands this evening. Golf Oscar November Echo. Echo is the registration on this one. 34 years of age, 1991. This first entered into service. Still going strong with One Air. See how far we can track this one then before we lose it to the weather. Still making its way up through 2,300 feet. A lot of cloud in front of it, and there it goes, disappearing off into that cloud at 3,200 feet where that cloud is at the minute. There he goes, safely away into the evening sky then. The 1S747 and making its way off to Hangzhou this evening. Another 4 hours and 14 hours and 20 minutes endurance ahead of it this evening. Quite a lengthy flight indeed. So I think the original routing for that route was about 11.5 hours. It's a good chunk of time added on to that one. Next aircraft inbound though is that Ryanair service in from Dublin. And that 767 in front of us. The APU still running away. Should be making its way out at 1:45. Luckily escaped most of the rain this evening. It's been a bit in the distance. A bit of a few drops where we've been this evening. Nothing too drastic. Nothing to warrant getting the umbrella out anyway. Well, not just yet. Well, thank you very much for joining us here from East Midlands this evening. It's good to have you all with us, and thank you very much for joining us for Tuesday's live stream. We're back out again later this week on Thursday evening. And we can join us for that one as well. So look at the next inbound. Just south of Nottingham now then. Registration Echo India Hotel and Mike X-Ray 737 Max. This one is 3 years of age, just over 3 years actually. March 2022. This one first entered into service with Ryanair. And the one Air 747 still climbing out. 8,100 feet. That one is at now. And those next outbound Runway service to Wrocław is on the apron over there somewhere. Estimated departure time for that one 25 to 8 this evening. So in the next few minutes we should see that aircraft start to ping up and push back. That's just ahead of the service in front of us to Brussels this evening. So look in the distance, see if that Ferrari's still on the ground over there. Slightly obscured, just about to see the red paint over the opposite side of that 777 there. So look around on the main passenger apron then. See if you can see any movement on those Ryanair aircraft this evening. Passengers making their way off there. The Wrocław service is the one in front of us. So in the next few minutes the aircraft should be making its way off of the apron down to the start of runway 27. And then we'll see where we are in terms of those next departures. I think we may end this evening with the arrival of the West Atlantic service in from Aberdeen. That one is around 40 minutes or so from us. Well, still on the ground, just taking off from Aberdeen actually. About 40-45 minutes away. So probably around 8:30, as long as the weather keeps holding off. We'll be live too from East Midlands this evening. So I've been going for about 3 hours and 40 odd minutes so far. So another hour or so, which should take us shy of 5 hours. Stick around and catch those next arrivals though. Say in from Aberdeen, the UPS 767 is making its way in from Philadelphia. That one is about 25 minutes out. The DHL 767 in from Reykjavik is making its way down towards us as well. That one is heading down to Fort William at the minute at 39,000 feet. The current speed is 481 knots. So that, as well as the Maersk in from Belfast, will likely be the last two aircraft inbound on this evening's stream. Excuse me. But we'll likely see the Ryanair service inbound from Faro as well. That one is about 50 minutes away. That service in front of us then just pushing, and those anti-collision beacon lights pinging away, is a Ryanair service off to Wrocław this evening. Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo Charlie is a registration on this one. 737-800, 9 years of age, 2016. It entered into service with Ryanair. And if we pan around from a couple of Ryanair aircraft there, 2 or 3 currently on stand. The fourth about to join. That's a service in from Dublin, just landing into East Midlands. Flight time of 43 minutes this evening. Very bouncy as it approaches us. There it goes, safely taxiing off the runway. Quite silently taxiing off as well. We'll stick with this one as we watch it down towards the apron, and then we'll pick up with that Vraslav service. As it hopefully starts taxiing down towards the beginning of runway 27. Very Ryanair and DHL heavy at the minute. There goes a Vraslav service, starting to taxi out as the service in from Dublin pulls in behind it. See if we can stick with that service from Dublin for as long as we can. See whereabouts it taxis off to. An extended taxi for that one. Let's catch the Vraslav just as it exits then onto the taxiway. Pick up with that one again as it rotates in front of us, makes its way out of East Midlands. There it is, the Dublin service safely pulling on to stand this evening. Due service in from Palma is about 20 minutes out, just south of Milton Keynes now. And that UPS 767 in from Philadelphia is about 15 minutes away, making its way towards Stoke-on-Trent, passing down through 16,200 feet. Yeah, thanks everybody joining us in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. Yes, it turned a bit hazy in the distance now, well, from where I am anyway. That Ryanair service to Wrocław, just about to reach the threshold for 27 then. That'll be the next departure from East Midlands this evening. The Ryanair service in from Dublin in front of us. And aircraft inbound from Dublin, registration ending Hotel Mike X-Ray is operating the Valencia service this evening. Estimated to depart East Midlands at about 8 p.m. Next airbound though is that service to Wrocław, making its way down towards us. And John, very good evening to you. Hope you're keeping well. Thank you very much for dropping by. Off it goes then, passing through 1,100 feet, 163 knots as it climbs away. No movement on that 767 just yet. So it may well be delayed departing East Midlands. And the Runway goes off to Wrocław this evening, passing through 2,500 feet as it makes its way out of East Midlands airspace. So the Brussels service is pushed back till about 10 past 8 this evening then. So the UPS 767 is the next inbound. That one is just north of Derby at the minute. Dennis, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a bit tricky with the weather this evening. Try and persevere as best we can. It's still a very dark grey cloud all around us, very patchy sunlight in the distance. Thanks to everybody joining the stream this evening and giving us a thumbs up. Thank you very much. It's great to have you all with us, and thank you very much to everybody who's subscribed to us this evening. And of course, all of our returning subscribers and members as well. It's good to have you with us. If you're new to the channel, definitely consider subscribing. We're out here every week, at least twice a week, from East Midlands, streaming all of the action live from the cargo apron and passenger apron as well, from the grounds of the aeropark. So if you don't want to miss any action, hit that thumbs up, subscribe and that notification bell to stay up to date with all of our action here at the airport. Well, thank you very much for joining us this evening. We're live until about 8:30 this evening, catching the last arrival of this evening's stream anyway, making its way down from Reykjavik. That's the DHL 767. Not the 757 as we've become accustomed to, but this one making its way down to us, should be with us in about 35 minutes time, maybe a little bit longer, but just heading down to Glasgow at the minute. .492 knots is its current speed. Registration on this one, Golf Delta Hotel Lima Papa, and this one is in the Mountain Bongos livery. So look round then on the apron, the main apron over there. Forward door of that Ryanair aircraft. Check for any movement on that one. Nothing so far. Well, may well just be working on board that one this evening. But services still to depart. They're on a service to Valencia at about 8:05. And of course that's 767 off to Brussels at 8:10 this evening. And they'll likely be the last two departures of this evening's stream. So a few delays to the outbounds this evening. But next arrivals should be the the service in from Palma. Chewy service from Palma, followed by the Ryanair service in from Faro. That's 767 making its way down from Reykjavik, and a West Atlantic service in from Aberdeen. Finishing with the Maersk service in from Belfast. The UPS service in from Philadelphia is on its way as well. That one is just south of Nottingham. Should be the first one in of the last aircraft inbound to us on this evening's stream. See if we can reconnect. Seems to be lagging a slight bit. There we go. But making its way down through 3,100 feet then. At 197 knots, the UPS service in from Philadelphia. Just a couple of minutes out then. Flight time just over 6 hours and 10 minutes by the time it reaches us this evening. At a more precise time as it touches down, but registration November 357 Uniform Papa. 12 years of age, delivered in April 2013. Making its way into East Midlands this morning from Cologne, arriving just after 2:25 this morning. Then making its way out to Philadelphia. An hour and 25 minutes later, and then returning back into East Midlands this evening. So just a couple of minutes to wait for that one until it reaches us then. Turning now on to the final approach just over East Leek at 2,800 feet. And then the service in from Palma. That's the Chewy 737. That one is about 5 minutes out now as well. Golf Tango Uniform Mike Foxtrot. Here's a registration on that aircraft, 6 years of age, 2019. That one entered into service. Right, service in from Faro is just south of the Isle of Wight now, making its way towards us, still at 36,000 feet, 418 knots. Here's its current speed. Echo India, India Juliet Oscar is a registration on that one. The inbound delivered in May 2024 to Ryanair. And making its way back out to Faro this evening as well at 9 p.m. Second spot the Ferrari, well hidden behind the containers there. So check in on the 767 then, and should be about ready to start making a move. There you go, flight crew there on board. Human, so anyway, it looks very still. Now the ground crew making preparation for that aircraft to push back then. EPS 767 just passing over the M1. That should be with us in the next minute. Pan across then and catch the arrival of that 767. There it is. 6 hours and 14 minutes. There's a total flight time for that service this evening. Vacating off of 27, and then it will make its way back down to the start of runway 27. The EPS facilities are located. The Chew service in from Palma is the next aircraft to arrive. All the birds around this evening, quite a few large flocks. So never mind flocks of birds, flocks of flying ants around me at the minute. There it goes, the UPS 767 from 1767 to another right in front of us. That one finally pushing out to Brussels this evening. Shall stick with that one in a minute. Let's just catch the Chewy in though. So that one arrives onto 27. There it is. Flight time this evening of 2 hours and 17 minutes. Let's quickly pan back over to the 767 then. There we go. Head-on shot of the 767 as it starts up this evening. And hopefully that start-up is going across a bit louder. Definitely loud in my ears anyway. Right, their service to Palmer starting up in the distance as well. Stick with the 767 for the time being though. There we go, all clear, ready to start taxiing. Registration on the outbound this evening then. Golf Delta Hotel Lima Mike, making its way over to Brussels. This one 30 years of age, 1995 this one first entered into service. It is a converted freighter. There it goes, starting to taxi. Looking very shiny indeed this evening. There you go, brief view of the flight deck as well. Sun just setting around us as well. The sky a little bit orange in the distance there. .767 making its way down on the taxiway then, and just about to make its way past the Ryanair service off to Palma this evening. In just a couple of seconds, there it is, right at the very front. So I should start taxiing out in the next few minutes as well. Just holding there, waiting for the 767 to proceed a little bit further down the taxiway. The West Atlantic 737 in from Aberdeen is about 10 minutes away. That one passing down through 21,900 feet now. Making its way down over the Peak District towards East Midlands. Ryanair taxiing out then. The registration on the outbound service to Palma this evening. Echo India Delta Whiskey Sierra 737-800, 17 years of age, 2007. It's first entered into service with Ryanair. So the DHL 767, just the last little bit of the taxiway to go before it reaches the holding point 427. It should be making its way straight out this evening. Nothing else on the approach at the minute. So look round at the 777 that was inbound from Cincinnati, sorry, not Cincinnati, Dubai. Making its way out to Cincinnati. The Maersk in from Belfast at 22,000 feet, just north of Wrexham now, making its way down towards us. That should be with us in about 15 minutes. And the 767 in from Reykjavik. That one is about 20 minutes out. That one will likely be the last aircraft, along with the Ryanair service in from Faro this evening. So finishing about 8:30. The Ryanair service in from Faro with about 23 minutes or so left to run this evening. But that next outbound, the DHL 767. There it goes. That one climbing out 4,000 feet per minute there. Very steep climb out. Already at 3,000 feet as it continues its climb out there, initiating that left-hand turn. Very light aircraft indeed. And there it goes, departing East Midlands this evening, making its way off to Brussels. 4,500 feet is its current altitude. Now, maybe not climbing out as fast or as steeply as a 767. The Ryanair service off to Palma, lining up on runway 27. Let's pan around, catch that one as it makes its way down towards us. Just a few seconds. Well, hopefully not as steep anyway, but quite a ride on the climb out of that service. There you go, passing through 105 knots then. A little bit of a shallower departure then, at 2,600 feet per minute. That one is making its way out at. Passing through 1,200 feet at 162 knots. And away it goes, 2,500 feet, leaving East Midlands airspace then. Passing off to London Control. The next inbound is that West Atlantic 737, just over Nottingham at the minute. Ryanair making its way off through the cloud. Triple 7 there, inbound from Cincinnati. About 5 minutes then until we see the arrival of that 737. The Maersk is about 15 minutes out now, just north of Stoke-on-Trent, making its way down towards Ashbourne. and the 767 in from Reykjavik. That one is making its way down to a leak at the minute. About 15 minutes as well on that one. So that's the last 3 services inbound this evening from the north. From the south, they're on a 737 MAX in from Faro. That one too, about 15 minutes out. So look in the distance then, that's Chewy arriving in from Parma in the distance. Is that the one? No, right on the very end stand there. So the last of those passengers have just made their way off of that aircraft. Everybody being bussed across to the terminal. The West Atlantic on final approach now then. Registration Golf Charlie Kilo Uniform Zulu. 31 years on this airframe, 1994. First entered into service. And that Maersk and 767 in from Reykjavik. Both 767s, the Maersk 767 and the DHL 767. Both around 10 minutes away now, between 10 and 12 minutes out. West Atlantic, just over East Leak, 3,100 feet, 170 knots is its current speed as it makes its way down towards us. And as passengers leaving on the buses then, back over to the main terminal. The crew left on board now. Cowling of the engine already open, being looked at by the ground team now. Just a couple of minutes then before we see the arrival of that service in from Aberdeen this evening. If we look just across to the main terminal, right now service to Valencia is just pushing back. There you go, so now we'll sneak that one in as one last departure on this evening's stream. So hopefully making its way out just after the last aircraft makes its way in, hopefully anyway. But about 10 minutes out now, here's that service in from Faro. The Maersk about 7 minutes away, West Atlantic just a minute or so overhead Kegworth now, and that's 767 in from Reykjavik. just north of Derby, about 10 minutes away from us. I hope you enjoyed this evening's stream, and thank you very much for being with us. It's turned a little bit colder than I thought out here tonight, so glad I brought an extra coat. Just passing over the M1 then, and that West Atlantic service in from Aberdeen. Flight time down from Aberdeen this evening, 43 minutes at the point of touching down. And that Ryanair service to Valencia looks like it's ready to start making its way out. Registration on the outbound then, Echo India Hotel Mike X-ray. That was a mouthful. UPS 767 in the distance there, and a West Atlantic 737. That one should make a right turn on the taxiway down towards us, and then on the very far end of the remote stands, just next to the RVL caravan that we saw earlier arriving in from the Isle of Man. Oops, let's keep up with it. So the Ryanair service still waiting there. And the Maersk on final approach now for runway 27. The last bit of power in just to keep us going. For the next few minutes. There it goes then, pulling in on to Stan, the West Atlantic service in from Aberdeen. a little bit further forward than I thought. There it is. And Maersk, the next aircraft to arrive in with us. Let's change this microphone over. Right, hopefully that should be back on board now. Get that one plugged on there. There it is. Be safe for the next few minutes. The Maersk landing in onto runway 27 then. Flight time this evening, 37 minutes. Over from Belfast. Registration Golf Mike Alpha Charlie Yankee. "36 years on this airframe, 1989. First entered into service. Ryanair to Valencia on the taxiway. And the service in from Faro on final approach now. Closely followed by that 767 making its way in from Reykjavik. So it looks like the Ryanair might hold then for that service in from Reykjavik. That will be the last aircraft on this evening's stream if they don't sneak out just before. Next aircraft inbound though is that service from Faro. Flight time of 2 hours and 38 minutes by the time it touches down with us this evening. So from the 767, 737 just touching down in the distance. There it is. 2 hours and 38 minutes then is the flight time on the Faro service this evening. And the Ryanair service to Valencia continuing to hold for the time being. "767 on final approach. Registration again on this one then, Golf Delta Hotel Lima Papa. Looks like that Ryanair to Valencia, giving way to the arriving 767. We'll see how far down this one rolls out, hopefully all the way past us again. And I will end the stream on the outbound to Valencia this evening. I'm going to get off and get warmed up, I think. It's a little bit chilly up here now. Making its way over Kegworth then at 700 feet, 134 knots. DHL in from Reykjavik this evening. Right now, safely pulling in onto its stand. And let's pan around then and catch the arrival of that Reykjavik service this evening. The Maersk and UPS 767s in the distance, soon to be joined very briefly by that DHL 767. There it is, safely touching down into East Midlands and vacating off of runway 27. Flight time of 2 hours and 17 minutes this evening. DHL 767 making its way in from Reykjavik. Lining up on runway 27 then, that Ryanair service to Valencia. And that one will be the final aircraft on this evening's stream. Stay with the 767 just for a minute though. Watch this one make its way onto the apron this evening. There it goes. Here comes that service to Valencia. Goes there, climbing out of runway 27 then. The last aircraft on this evening's stream. So the 767 continuing its taxi, making its way onto its stand there. is parking brakes applied. 767 in from Reykjavik this evening. So thank you very much for joining us once again from East Midlands Airport. Thank you for watching Live Flight Action. I've been Tom. If you watched us for the first time this evening, do consider subscribing. We're out here every Tuesday and Thursday evening, streaming live from East Midlands Airport, from the grounds of the aeropark. Remember to hit that thumbs up and give that notification bell a hit as well to stay up with all of our latest action around the airport. But for the time being, I'm going to go and get warm. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you to everybody in the chat as well. To all of our new subscribers, returning subscribers, and of course our members. It's good to have you with us again this evening. Thank you very much for your support. We'll be back out again on Thursday. We'll get that stream loaded up for you. But for now, that's me done, and we'll see you all again on the next one. So have a great rest of the week. Have a great evening. We shall see you all again on Thursday. Thank you very much.